At that, gold just gave us this nice little rejection off the 47.7 level, and now we're sitting right back at 40.67, consolidating in a tight zone after the Asian low got swept earlier this morning. That's a classic liquidity grab, my friends. The bears came in, pushed it down to 40.50, and now the question is whether we can reclaim that day open at 40.85, or if this is just a dead cat bounce before we test lower. The hourly RSI is sitting at 33.5, still weak, but we're hugging the lower Bollinger Band, which tells me sellers are tired, but they're not out. I'm watching the crude oil inventories and new home sales on the calendar later. Those could shift the dollar narrative quickly, and that's when gold gets choppy. The EA has been having a bit of a tug of war today, 14 wins out of 26 trades, which is respectable, but you can see the chop is making it work for every pip. No positions open right now though, we're just waiting. If you're seeing this live, every win and every loss tracked in real time, that's the whole point. No cherry picking, no edited replays. You can check the full trade history on XAUUSD and see exactly how this EA handles these consolidating zones. Stay patient out there, friends. This is the grind that pays off when volume returns. Let me know where you're watching from. Okay, gold is just sitting here at 40.62. I'm watching this level like a hawk because it's the exact pivot between the Asian and London ranges. We swept the Asian low earlier, snapped back, and now we're just hovering. The RSI on the hourly is at 32. We're deep in oversold territory on every time frame. But the dollar is firming up again, right? So we could see one more push lower before any real doubts. I'm not forcing a trade here. The EA is smart to stay quiet. Let's see if we get a clean rejection off this 40.60 zone before any news hits. If I see a bullish wick on the 15-minute close, that might be our entry. Who knows, could go either way. Elvira. Oh hi, so glad you're joining me live. We're just watching gold here during this quiet New York Open. It's hovering around 40.56 right now, and the EA is scanning for the next move. What brought you to the stream today? Is it justified? You're making me smile because you're absolutely right to feel that way. That's the textbook definition, right? Gold is supposed to be the safe haven. But look what's happening now. We've got the dollar ripping higher. The DXY is up 0.28% today, and that is crushing gold. The dollar is the single biggest driver. When the dollar rallies hard like this, gold gets sold no matter what. And on top of that, we've had a brutal month, down over 10%. This is not typical, but it happens when markets get hit by a perfect storm of dollar strength and rate expectations shifting. I'm watching this 40.58 level like a hawk, because if it breaks, we could see a capitulation move, but if it holds, this could be the bottom. Love having you in here, man. Alright guys, the dollar is creeping up again, up 0.3% at 101.69, and that's the dominant story right now for gold. Yields are flat, so all the weight is coming from a stronger greenback, and gold is feeling it, down 1.24% on the day. Now look at the chart. We're sitting at 40.59, right inside the Asian range, but we broke below the day open at 40.84 and never looked back. The RSI on the daily is at 32.6, heading toward oversold, but with the ADX at 39, the trend is still strong to the downside. I'm not sure we get a bounce until we tag that lower Bollinger Band around 48, to be honest. What do you guys think? Do we sweep that low before any relief, or are buyers gonna step in here? Wait, hold on, look at this divergence on the 4-hour. Price made a lower low, but the RSI barely budged. That's a bullish divergence forming. I've been watching this market all session, and it's been chopping sideways inside that Asian range, doing absolutely nothing, and then suddenly this shows up. Yeah, we're above the 40.50 support, but below the day open at 40.85, and with the dollar still grinding higher at 101.7, I'm not convinced we're reversing just yet. Could go either way, honestly. That divergence might just get absorbed. The ADX is at 39, so there's still strength in the downtrend. My friends in over 40 countries running the same robot know the drill. You wait for the close, you don't force the entry. I'll keep an eye on this level at 40.58 and let the EA decide. Check out XAUUSD to see how it handles these setups live. For now, I'm sitting on my hands. Sitting on your hands is a position too. Hey, great to see you again, buddy. For a one-on-one consultation, just message Julia directly over on Telegram at XAUUSD Julia. I'd love to dive into your charts with you. and we are live on the long side at 40.66.780. Trends looking clean behind it. Let's see what this one's got. Alright guys, look at this setup. We're trading live from the European session 40.64 on gold, and I'm watching the chart tell a story. The Asian low got swept clean this morning, and since then we've been grinding back up, but that buy trade we're sitting on at the 66, it's underwater by 226 pips. That's the thing about this trend. ADX is strong, RSI on the daily is dipping into oversold at 32, and the 4-hour MACD is still below the signal line. So I'm looking at all these shorts from yesterday, right? They got greedy, and now the price is snapping back just enough to trap the late sellers who piled in at the 70s. We reclaim the 40.85 day open, and suddenly those fresh shorts are the ones getting squeezed. Classic liquidity game. Honestly, could go either way here. If the dollar keeps pushing at 101.7, it's tough for gold to rally far, but the CHOP index says we're not ranging yet. Oh, and the EA just locked in another take profit from earlier. Yeah, the bot hit that perfect exit off the 62-pip short runner. If you want to watch the exact same algorithm on your own screen, head over to XAUUSDjulia.com. It's what's trading live right now. What do you guys think? Do we let this buy ride through the new home sales news in 3 hours? Or are we waiting for a clean break? And stops got at minus 68. That's the max we ever plan to lose on this one. Clean hit, no tilt. Let's reload. And there it goes, at minus 67. That was the risk we set before we even clicked in. Clean, controlled, done. On to the next one. Shorts live at 40.57, 842. Stop 7 pips up. First target down around 51. Final runner all the way at 40. Market's just chopping sideways, low conviction, but we're positioned for a break. Let's see if it finds a direction. Hey, you guys can see the big money positioning in the COT report from last week. Speculators are still loaded up long by a massive margin, 6.8 longs for every short. That tells me the smart money is betting on this dip being a buying opportunity, even with the dollar flexing this morning. And right now, we're consolidating inside the Asian range, prices stuck between 40.50 and 40.97, ADX at 21, showing no real trend in the session. We've got this open sell running from 40.57 with 84 pips, stop is at break even already, so it's risk-free, but honestly, gold is just chopping around, neither side wants to commit. The daily is a strong sell, RSI at 32, we're hugging the lower Bollinger Band, so the pressure is down, but we need a catalyst. That news on new home sales in 3 hours could be our trigger. What do you think? Do we sweep the Asian low or fake out and squeeze? First target's in the books at plus 66 pips. And now we're riding risk-free. Let's see if the runner keeps going. Okay, stops up at break-even now. That's the safety net locked in, no sweat from here. Let's see if the runner decides to keep running. You know what's interesting? If you look at the latest COT report, the big players are still net long over 6 times more than shorts. That's a lot of institutional conviction in the face of this sell-off. So while gold's been getting hammered, down over 11% this month alone, ugly, those speculators are basically saying they're okay holding through the pain. That tells me this drop might be more of a liquidity grab than a full structural breakdown. And right here, we just watched price tag the Asian low and snap back into the 40-50s. That's classic behavior, trap the weak hands, then recover. Now we're sitting in a consolidation zone, ADX around 23, CHOP index right at 47, it's indecisive. But our short is running nicely, just took take profit 1 at plus 66 pips, and the EA locked us to break even on the runner. Classic risk-free setup. And that's exactly what this robot does, the Julia Scalper EA, over at XAUUSD Julia.com. It manages the trade, so you don't have to second-guess every tick. I literally just sat back and watched it hit. What do you guys think? Are we coiling for more downside, or is this the slap back before New York wakes up? Sound off if you're watching. There's number 2 at plus 110. That's 6 figures of breathing room. And the runner's still drifting. Let's see if it's got legs for the big one. Okay, and there it is, number 3 at plus 178. That's a clean sweep. Every target from top to bottom. Whew, nice one. Joel, right on cue. Another TP got hit. Clean 1-2. That is the kind of consistency we love to see in this London session. Hey Resin Popa, I completely agree. Watching gold drop over $70 today has been absolutely spectacular. That's the kind of move that gets your heart racing, right? The daily chart is screaming strong sell, and we're seeing fresh lows right below the 40-40 handle. London session volume is really pushing price action around here. Okay, let's talk about this morning. Dollar index is pushing higher, yields are steady, and that classic correlation is playing out. Strong dollar is a headwind for gold, simple as that. We had that big drop from the day open, and right now we're sitting below the Asian low, which tells me the bears are in control for this London session. The charts are screaming weakness across the board, the daily is a strong sell, and the RSI is cooking on the 1 hour, like 27, so we're getting overextended, but in a strong downtrend, that doesn't mean a bounce is guaranteed. Look at how price is hugging the lower Bollinger Band. There's no real effort to push back up. We just took a clean sweep on that last sell trade, number 3 at plus 178, so we're sitting flat waiting for the next setup. The EA has done its job, and honestly I don't see a clear reason to force a buy here until we reclaim something like the 40-50 area. What do you guys think? Are we going to test the 4,000 zone or get a fake out rally first? Chat's quiet. I know you're all watching, but let me hear your thoughts. Oh, Chris Schroger, great question. Look, gold is getting absolutely hammered right now. We are down over $68 today, the daily chart is screaming strong sell, and the dollar is flexing hard. But here's the thing, the EA is currently scanning in a consolidating market with moderate risk. Smart mode sees the chop. If you are thinking about buying blindly, I would say be very careful. The EA only enters when its criteria are met, and right now it is waiting for that perfect signal. Trying to guess the bottom in a market this aggressive is a dangerous game. Okay, here we are on Wednesday, European Session Live, and let me tell you, the vibe today is completely different from yesterday. Yesterday we had those sharp intraday bounces, right? Today gold just feels heavy, like it's stuck in quicksand. We're sitting below the day open at 40.84, below the Asian low at 40.50. Honestly, the bears are in full control, and the daily RSI at 32 says we're oversold, but the trend is still screaming lower. The EA had a solid run this morning, cleaned up 3 targets on that last sell sequence off the 40.90 rejection, and now we're flat, watching. No open trades, no forced entries. That's discipline, my friends. We're waiting for the next high probability setup, probably after that new home sales number at 2 p.m. And hey, this robot is a one-time lifetime license, no subscription, free updates forever, so you can just let it do its thing while you sleep or work. Check it out at XAUUSDjulia.com. As for now, I'm sitting on my hands, watching how price reacts to this 40.48 level. If we lose that, could be a quick slide toward 4,000. If we hold, maybe a squeeze back to the Asian range. Honestly, could go either way, that's why we wait. What do you guys think? Are we breaking 4,000 soon, or is this a fake out? Let me know. Division? My guy, great to see you again. You know, 4,000 is a big psychological level we've been eyeing for a couple of days now. Look, we're sliding into it fast after that 46 close just now. There's no support structure beneath us until that mark, so it's a real magnet for this sell-off. Gold is completely weak right now, the dollar is slamming it, and we fought the daily RSI at 32 and falling. This thing has room to run. If we get a clean break through that 4,000 handle, I think we're looking at a liquidity grab and a sharp bounce, but the EA is going to wait for confirmation. It's a dangerous zone to short blindly, but the momentum is all one way. Trader Tomorrow, welcome back. You are spot on. I saw that rejection at yesterday's high on the dollar index, and now it's easing off. That is exactly the kind of pivot we watch for, because when the dollar pulls back from resistance, gold historically gets a breather. Right now we are still in a chop zone with ADX under 20, so the EA is being patient. No trade open yet, just scanning for that clean setup. Love that you are tracking DXY with me. It is such a key tell today. Dubai DXB. Hey there, my friend, so good to see you again. Great to have you back in the stream. To answer your question directly, today we've had 33 trades so far, 18 wins and 15 losses, so a solid win rate right around 55%. But what I love about this EA is that the winners, like that beautiful take profit 3 we just hit at plus 178 pips, really carry the day. The system is built to let the big runners compound while the small losses stay small. As for where you get the correct data, right here. Everything you see on this screen is 100% live from my real trading account. The EA is running right now, scanning the market, and every pip you see is real. No repainting, no fake signals, this is the real deal. And if you're ready to grab that lifetime license and start running Julia Scalper yourself, it's $295, one-time payment by card on the website, or crypto and Telegram. Just head over to XAUUSDjulia.com or message me on Telegram and I'll get you sorted. You're going to love having this EA on your side. Okay, fear is at 27 on the index, my friends. That's deep into fear territory, and gold is down over 11% on the month. That kind of sentiment usually means one of two things. Either we're about to see a capitulation wash out lower, or the smart money is quietly loading up while everyone else panics. Right now we're sitting at 40.42, which is basically hugging the lower Bollinger Band, price is stretched, RSI on the daily is at 32, and we're well below every major moving average. The trend is undeniably bearish, but when you're this extended, you have to respect the possibility of a snapback. The EA has been feasting on these sell-offs today, but we're flat now, and honestly I'm okay with that. Let's see if the new home sales data at 14 GMT gives us a reason to break lower, or if we finally see some buyers step in to defend this zone. What do you guys think? Do we bounce or bleed from here? Right. Buys on. At 40.54, 78.6, 3 targets laid out, but the market's chopping sideways right now. That's a bit spicy. Smart mode's watching though, so we'll see if it earns its keep. Let me just zoom out for a second, my friends. I want you to look at the 40-50 area here. That's our Asian low, and we're literally sitting right on it price-wise. But look closer. That's also where the lower Bollinger Band sits on the daily, around 46, so we're not far from a major magnet. If the big boys start defending this level, we could see a snap back to the day open at 40.85. But if it breaks and we close below, honestly, that opens the door to the S2 pivot at 41.53. Everything hinges on how this candle closes relative to the Asian low. I'm not leaning either way. I'll let the market prove itself. The EA just hit a clean take profit on that last sell run, and that's exactly what the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD, Julia.com is tuned to do: wait for the manipulation, then capitalize. What do you guys think? Do we hold this level, or does it get swept? Let me know. Oof. Stops out at -105. That was the risk we set before we even pushed the button. Clean, contained, no surprises. On to the next. Oh, stop loss hit at -107. That was exactly the risk we baked in from the start. No drama, just clean execution. Alright, shorts live at 40.39.76.3. Stops about 10 pips up at 40.49.89. First target down at 40.29. Market's just sitting sideways right now. It's quiet, but that's usually when things start to crack. Let's see if we get the push. Right, let's talk about what the big players are doing, because that's where the story is today. The latest COT data shows the specs are still net long over 180kk contracts, which is a massive position, but look at what's happening in price. They're getting absolutely torched this month. Gold is down over 11%, and we're sitting below the Asian low from today, below the day open. The smart money is clearly leaning on those longs, forcing liquidation. And right now, my friends, we're in this consolidation zone. ADX is only 14.9 on the 15-minute, so no one's really committing yet. The EA just put in another sell at 40.40, so we're short from there, already up a few pips, and we've got new home sales coming up in about 2 hours. That could shake things loose. I don't see a clear bounce yet, but with the Bollinger Band tight down at 44, we could get a snapback or another leg lower. Who knows? That's why we let the trade run and respect the levels. What do you guys think? Do we break fresh lows or fake it out? Later tomorrow. Great to see you back in the stream, my friend. I remember you were tracking Matt DXY high yesterday. Okay, so Trump posting bullish news for the dollar. That's exactly what we're seeing play out right now. The dollar index is pushing up to 101.68, and that's putting immediate pressure on gold. You can see it in our current sell trade that's already running 19 pips in profit. This is the classic relationship. A stronger dollar means cheaper gold for dollar holders, so the selling pressure makes sense. Now, the question is whether this dollar strength has legs, or if it's a short-term pop. What's your read on it? Do you think this is just noise, or the start of a bigger move? Hey Tambali, so glad you're here with us. We've got a sell trade running live right now on gold, entered at 40.40, and we're watching it closely. It's a choppy market today, but the EA is handling it beautifully. What brings you to the stream? Hey Tambali, welcome to the stream. I'm so glad you're here. I really appreciate you joining, but I can only respond in English during the broadcast so everyone watching can follow along. Right now gold is live at 40.41, and we've got an active sell trade running from 40.40. It's a choppy market, but the EA is handling it beautifully. Stick around, this is going to be interesting. Tomorrow. Great to see you again, my friend. You're spot on. US-Iran de-escalation talks are definitely a dollar-positive catalyst, and we're already seeing that bid in DXY. But here's the thing. Gold right now is way oversold. RSI on the daily is below 32, and we're hugging the lower Bollinger Band. So even if the dollar stays bid, gold might be due for a bounce just on extreme positioning alone. The EA's got a short running right now that's actually up 124 pips, so we're riding this wave with the trend until the data tells us otherwise. Tambali, great to see you again. We actually have a live sell entry running right now from 40.40, 66. It's already 28 pips in profit. The EA entered it automatically based on the setup. If you're watching the price action, that level was a clean rejection off resistance. I wouldn't chase it now, but the system is handling the trade beautifully. Hey Mahitambali, you're so welcome, my friend. Always a pleasure seeing you here in the live stream. You're watching the EA do its thing right now. We've got a sell running from 40.40, already up 111 pips, looking clean. That's the Julia scalper doing what it does best. So glad you're following along. What do you think of the action today? Right, if you're just joining, everything you see on screen, every entry, every stop, every take profit is the Julia Scalper EA running a real live account completely autonomously. No human pushing a button. You can check it all live at XAUUSDjulia.com. Okay, so let's talk about the real story here, because the price action is one thing, but what the institutions are doing is another. The Commitment of Traders report just showed the big specs are still net long over 180,000 gold contracts, with a 6-to-1 long-to-short ratio. That's almost absurdly bullish from the heavy hitters. Meanwhile, retail sentiment is just getting crushed. The Fear and Greed Index is down to 27, fear territory, falling hard. So the crowd is getting scared, the smart money is still loaded up long. That discrepancy right there tells me we're either in a massive distribution phase, or the real buying hasn't even started yet. I honestly lean toward the latter, but hey, who knows, right? Look at where we're at now. Price blew through the Asian low, we're sitting well below the day open at 40.85, and we're barely holding above the London low. That's a signature smart money move. Sweep the lows, trap the sellers, see if they can shake any more out. The RSI on the daily is at 31.9, almost oversold, and we're hugging the lower Bollinger Band. But the dollar is strong today, and that's pushing us down. So we're waiting for the close, no reason to force anything here. Let the market tell us if we bounce or break. Whoa, number one's in the books at plus 199, and just like that, the stop's up at break even, no risk left on the table. Let's see if the runner keeps pushing for more. Oh, number two just connected at plus 224. That's a solid chunk of breathing room. Now we watch and see if the runner pushes for the last one. And there it is, the last one at plus 283. That's the full set, every single target cleared. Whew, that one was beautiful. Here tomorrow, my friend. Great to see you back in the stream. And yes, what a run today. That last set of sells was textbook. All three take profits hit cleanly, including the runner at plus 283. Gold has been sliding all session, and the EA just kept catching those waves perfectly. How are you feeling about this price action? Oh, my man, you are on fire today. That triple take profit just hit right in front of us. It's been a beautiful run this session. It's great seeing you in here catching these moments with me. AV division, you're loving this sell-off too, huh? Gold is absolutely getting crushed right now, down over $70 today, and look at that. We just racked up a full take profit 1, take profit 2, take profit 3, set earlier on a sell sequence, the last one hitting plus 283. The dollar is flexing and the bears are in full control on every time frame. Are you watching for a potential bounce, or do you think we keep sliding through these lows? AV division, good to see you again, man. You are absolutely right. That last take profit 3 run at plus 283 sealed a beautiful day for the system. That sell streak we hit around mid-session was just surgical. The EA really sniffed out the weakness and stuck with it. Love that you're tracking it. Tomorrow, you beauty. That's a clean entry right there. You caught it on that little dip down before the slide. The EA read the weakness beautifully. How are you feeling about the move from here? Heads up everyone, new home sales coming up at 14 GMT, stay sharp. Ooh, look at that. We just slipped below the Asian low, and now there's a little rejection right at 40.20, holding as we speak. That's the NY low boundary we're dancing on, and honestly, I'm not convinced we're done selling yet. RSI's cooking on the hourly, 28.1, is deep oversold territory, but in a strong downtrend like this, that can just get washed out again. You saw what happened earlier. The EA snagged 3 beautiful runners on that sell sequence, including a plus 283 that had me grinning. That exact robot you're watching right now, the Julia Scalper EA, that's the one doing the heavy lifting, no emotion, just execution. What do you guys think? Do we bounce off this 48 area, or does price sniff out that Bollinger lower band? Sanderdler. Great question. Right now the EA is scanning the market. We just closed a beautiful set of 3 take profits on a sell earlier, so it's in wait and see mode for the next entry. Gold continues heavy at 49. All the technicals are screaming sell from the 1 hour all the way up to the daily, and the dollar is gaining strength. London session is active, so I'm expecting another sell setup to trigger soon. The EA will enter as soon as it sees the right signal, with smart mode confirming the trend. Okay, so looking at gold right now, we are getting an absolute smashing on the daily. We're down over 2% today. Price is sitting at 49, basically tickling the lower Bollinger Band. On the hourly, RSI is at 21.1. I mean, we are deeply oversold. Across every time frame, it's a strong sell from the 5-minute up to the daily. So the trend is our friend here, but let's be real, at these levels, you gotta wonder how much juice is left in the move. Now, the fundamentals are a bit of a mixed bag, right? The dollar is ripping higher, which is bearish for gold, and that's probably the headline driver today. But you look at the 10-year yield, it's actually dropping, which normally would be a tailwind for us. So there's a conflict there. I'm watching 40.19 as a potential resistance if we get a dead cat bounce. But honestly, for the bears to keep the party going, we need to break and hold below the 48 area. That's the NY low from today. If we can't, we might just chop sideways until that new home sales data at 14 GMT. What do you guys think? Are we going for a full sweep lower? Or is this the capitulation bottom? Okay, let's talk about what the Fed is doing here. You see that probability for a hold at 3.5 to 3.75%? The market is basically locking that in, and even with yields dropping, which is normally bullish for gold, we are getting smashed. The dollar is ripping higher, so gold is just caught between forces right now, and it's losing. Technically, oh man, it's ugly. We're sitting at 45, well below the Asian low, and the RSI on the daily is at 30.6. We're oversold, but there is no sign of a bounce yet. The 4-hour is screaming strong sell, and the MACD is way below its signal line. I'm watching the 4,000 level like a hawk. If we break that, the next magnet might be the weekly open, but who knows? We just got stopped on a couple of longs earlier, and the EA hasn't fired again because the conditions just aren't clean enough. Right now, we wait. No reason to force anything. And by the way, if you want to run this robot yourself, it works on any MetaTrader 4 broker and installs in about 5 minutes with a video guide. You can check it out at XAUUSDjulia.com. No promises, just letting you know. Anyway, watch that 4,000 handle, guys. New York is about to wake up and things could get spicy. What do you think? Do we break it or fake it? Hey, just a heads up, crude oil inventories at 14:30 GMT could move the market. Okay. Oh, look at this. Gold is just bleeding out, and we're sitting here at the 39.93 level as the US session starts to wake up. We completely blew past the Asian low, right? That was a clean break, and now the New York Open is treating the old day open at 40.84 like it's a distant memory. The EA has been busy. We took a couple of stops early, but the last few sells were surgical, bagging 3 full targets on that last runner before we went flat. It's quiet in here, but the RSI is absolutely cooking on the daily, under 30, and we're hugging the lower Bollinger, so the selling is relentless. But I gotta say, I'm watching the 39.73 level. That's the NY low, and if we don't grab that liquidity, we could see a snapback. What do you guys think? Are we faking the breakout lower, or is this the start of another leg down? Okay, let's talk about what the Fed is doing here. The market is basically locked in on a hold at 3.5 to 3.75%, and that's keeping the dollar bid, which is just crushing gold. We're down over $140 today, sitting at 39.69, and the technicals are screaming the same thing. Every time frame from the 5-minute to the daily is a strong sell. The RSI on the hourly is at 16.6, which is deeply oversold, but in a trend this strong, that doesn't mean a bounce is guaranteed. We're trading below the Asian low, below the day open, and the only thing holding us up is the NY low at 39.68. If that breaks, the next level is just nothing until the 41.53 pivot. I could be wrong here, and that's fine, that's what the stop is for. And the beauty of this system is you don't need any trading experience at all. The robot picks the entries, stop loss, and take profits by itself. Check it out at XAUUSDjulia.com. Let's see if this level holds, or if we get another leg down. I'm trading BNG. Welcome to the stream. Great to have you here. Oh wow, that's a sharp question. You know what? With gold getting absolutely crushed down to $39.72 and losing $140 today alone, those CTC buyers are probably deep in the shadows licking their wounds right now. Gold has wiped out 12% in the last month alone, so anyone trying to catch the bottom on this daily sell-off is getting stopped out left and right. The trend is crystal clear, and the EA is loving it. We just had a beautiful triple TP sell runner earlier that nailed 283 pips. Hey Vasalankamal, so glad you're here. Welcome to the stream. We've got a big crowd watching today. Gold is getting absolutely hammered, down over 3%, and my EA is just tearing through these moves. Stick around, we're in a strong trend right now. Alright guys, look at the dollar first. DXY just popped up to 101.76. That's a 0.37% gain. Strong dollar is the biggest headwind for gold right now, and you can see it in the price. Yields are actually dropping though, down 1.44% on the 10-year, which normally would be a tailwind, but the dollar is just dominating the narrative here. So where does that leave us? We're sitting at 39.69, well below the day open of 40.85, and we actually just swept the Asian low completely. That's usually a liquidity grab move, but look at the fact we're still holding below it. The charts are screaming bearish, hourly RSI at 16.6, that's super oversold, but you don't fight a daily strong sell with an ADX of 39.6. The EA has been smart, no open positions right now, and honestly, I think we wait. A bounce could come, but if we break 39.65, the next level is thin until 3,900. I could be wrong, of course, always could be, but I'm not forcing anything here. What do you guys think? Do we bounce, or do we bleed lower? Hey Holy Grail, you're absolutely right. Sometimes patience is the name of the game. I love that you're watching closely with me. Right now the EA is scanning every tick, waiting for the perfect setup with all the conditions aligned. We had a fantastic run this morning with 3 take profit levels hit on that last sell trade, over 280 pips on the runner. Trust me, when the next signal fires, it's going to be clean. Stick with me. Robber, great to see you again, my friend. So can we get in a buy now? Real talk, gold is right around 39.73, and we just had a massive sell-off today, over $141 down. I'm looking at the global picture here. The daily RSI is at 29.4, which is heavily oversold, and that 50 SMA is way above price, so there's a lot of distance to recover, but the hourlies are still screaming sell, and with the dollar strengthening, I wouldn't rush into a buy just yet. The EA is scanning for the next setup, and I trust it to decide, no forced trades. Keep your eyes on that lower Bollinger Band around 39.86. That's a natural magnet. Alright guys, look at this price action. We're sitting at $39.93 and we've been bleeding since New York opened. Those longs that got caught thinking we'd bounce off the Asian low around 40.50, they're getting absolutely flushed right now, and you can see the oil spill in that volume profile. I'm watching this next zone. We swept below the NY Open, and the 39.65 area is the only thing keeping us from a real liquidity grab. If that goes, we could start talking about the weekly pivot at 4100 as resistance. But honestly, we're so oversold on the hourly RSI at 22 that I wouldn't be shocked to see a short squeeze first. Oh, and for those asking in the chat, yeah, this robot on screen is the Julia Scalper EA. Everything's at XAUUSD lifetime license, works on any MetaTrader 4 broker, no promises on profit, that it's managing this downtrend beautifully. Okay. Buys live at 40.05 exactly. Stops 20 pips below. First target's up at 40.24. Market's got some nice direction here. Feels like the trend's on our side this time. Let's see if that runner decides to stretch. Okay, wow, you see that? The EA just clipped that buy perfectly from 44. We're now sitting 540 pips up, and the trade is running. It's a risk-free runner, stops at break-even, worst case we walk away flat. And that's the whole point of this robot, right? You don't have to guess, it reads the structure for you. Now, look at the bigger picture. Gold is getting absolutely wrecked on the week, down over 7%, and the daily RSI is cooking at 30.8. We're practically in oversold territory, but the dollar is strong and the daily chart is screaming, strong sell, so honestly, I wouldn't get too comfortable long yet. The buy was a scalp, plain and simple. The news flow is coming in hot: new home sales in about 15 minutes, then crude oil inventories. If we get a miss on home sales, we could see the dollar dip and gold rip back up toward that Asian low we lost earlier around 40.50. That's the level I'm watching. If we reclaim it, bulls might have a say. If not, we stay heavy. And for anyone wondering, yeah, this exact EA you're watching hit that TP live on stream. It's the Julia Scalper over at XAUUSD Julia.com. No magic, just clean entries and tight risk management. What do you guys think? Do we hang on to this runner or book it? Let me know where you're tuning in from. Hey Amar Kwanyi, great to have you here. Absolutely, the proof is in the live stats you're seeing right now on screen. This very trade we're in, that buy from 44, is running over 960 pips in profit as we speak. Today alone, we've had 39 trades with 21 winners. That's a 54% win rate on a trending day like this. But here's the thing. I can't and won't promise anyone specific profits or returns. Every market is different and past performance doesn't guarantee future results. What I can tell you is that the EA is trading live on a real account. Right now, every single pip you see is 100% real. If you want to see the full track record yourself, hop over to the website XAUUSDJulia.com. The EA's performance reports are all there. First target tagged at plus 206, and the stop's now locked at break-even. The worst that happens from here is a scratch. Okay, now we see if the runner wants to run for more. And there's the break-even, risk is gone, we're playing with house money now. Nice, clean. Alright, let's talk about the bigger picture here. We've got the dollar index pushing up to 101.67, right? That's up 1.28% today, which normally puts a lid on gold, strong dollar, bearish yellow metal. But here's the twist. US 10-year yields are dropping over 1.7%, down to 4.42. That's a tailwind for gold. So you've got this tug of war between the bucks saying sell and bonds saying buy. And the charts? Gold is trying to consolidate after getting wrecked for the month. We're down over 11%. But look at the RSI on the daily, 31.5. That's just plain oversold territory. I'm not chasing a sell here, not right now. We just had a buy from the EA at 44 and it's already up over 2,400 pips. First target got tagged. Now the EA has moved the stop to break even, so we have a free rudder. That's all we want. If you're watching this live and thinking, how does it catch those entries? Well, the robot running right now is the Julia Scalper EA at XAUUSD Julia.com. Just saying. But you know what? That chop index is reading 47-ish ADX. Only 25. We are literally consolidating. It could go either way, honestly. I mean, we're sitting below the Asian low from today, around 40-50-ish, so bears have the intraday upper hand unless we reclaim it. New home sales data in 5 minutes could shake things up, then crude inventories right after. I'm just watching how price reacts to these levels. Right now, it's all about holding above the New York session low. Let's see. Okay. Heads up everyone. Big news dropping in 5 minutes. New home sales May at 14 GMT. Markets expecting 638K. Last time we got 622K. Gold could get wild here. Buckle up. And please mind your positions. And number 2's tagged at plus 331. That's a nice piece of business right there. Runners still out there, hunting for that last target. Let's see if the momentum carries us through. Alright guys, it's 10 past the hour in New York. It's been a wild session so far. We opened the day above 40.84, then completely gave it all up, swept the Asian low, broke through London, and now we're sitting down here at 40.25, right on the edge of the NY range low. The robot actually had a beautiful run earlier, taking 3 targets on those sell setups during the London dump. We've got a buy running now from 44 that's already up 2,000 pips, risk-free after the EA locked the break-even. Good stuff. Now, looking at the bigger picture, the daily chart is screaming at us. RSI is down at 31, MACD is deeply below the signal line, and price is hugging the lower Bollinger Band around the 4,000 handle. That's a very strong downtrend. But here's the thing, we're also getting a little oversold. The fear index is at 27, which tells me the crowd is panicking. Could we see a bounce? Sure. But until we reclaim the Asian low at 40.50, I don't trust the bulls. We watch how this candle closes at the NY session end. If it holds above 40.20, maybe we get a squeeze into the close. If it breaks, 4,000 is the next magnet. And honestly, that's the beauty of what you're watching here, guys. This exact robot, the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD Julia.com, is making these calls for us. It's not guessing, it's reading the structure and the risk. Leave a comment if you're watching this price action with me. Let me know where you see the next move. Alright, let's focus on the chart. Technically, we are in a real tricky spot. The daily RSI is at 31, edging into oversold territory, but we're also getting hammered below the daily pivot and the week open. The hourly is still a sell signal, and we're hugging the lower Bollinger Band around this 40-20 level. The real story here is the dollar strength. DXY is pushing 101.7, and that's the weight on gold's neck today. You see that rejection at 40.40 during London? That was the sellers saying, not yet. We've got a buy running from 44 that's doing okay, but with crude oil inventories coming in 15 minutes, I'm just watching for a volatility spike to see if it tests the Asian low or finally snaps back. Could go either way, honestly. We just have to respect whatever the news does to this chop zone. Rawazhuzakbayev. Hi there. Welcome to the stream. So glad you're checking gold out with us right now. We've got an open buy trade running from 44 that is already sitting nicely in profit. That's a solid entry in this choppy environment. What brought you into gold today?
Hey, Jignostalgia. So glad you're here. Gold is looking really interesting right now. We've got a buy trade open that we entered at 44, and it's already running nicely in profit by over 1,500 pips. The market is choppy, but the EA is handling it beautifully. What brought you to the stream today? Are you trading gold yourself?
Rawazhuzakbayev. Hey there, my gold boy. Always great to see you in the chat. We've got a nice open buy trade running right now from 44. It's already up over 2,000 pips. Looking good. What do you think of this price action today?
Okay, heads up everyone. Big news dropping in 5 minutes. Crude oil inventories at 14:30 GMT. Markets expecting negative 3.900 M. Last time we got negative 8.263 M. Gold could get wild here. Buckle up, and please mind your positions.
Estalagia. That's awesome. $100 profit. I love hearing that. You're making moves out there. Are you revving the EA, or trading manually alongside us? Either way, congrats on that win. It's a good day for gold today.
Shrover, my friend, great to hear from you again. So next signal is already cooking. We've got an open buy right now at 40.25, so the EA is fully in the game and not waiting around. Once this one resolves, the system will scan the next setup, but right now gold is slicing through support beautifully, so I'm watching the daily RSI at 31 and waiting for the EA to find its next entry. Stick with me, it's going to be a fun ride.
Gnestalagia! Good to see you back, my friend. Oh, and you made $100 last time. That's fantastic. Always great to have a profitable trader in the chat. We've got a nice open buy trade running right now, entered at 44 and already up over $6,500. It's moving nicely. Glad you're here to watch it with us.
Gnestalagia, great to hear from you again. So glad you're here watching with us. My live timing is pretty much around the clock during the major sessions, London Open, New York Open, and the overlap when volume really picks up. Right now we're in that London-New York overlap, which is why you're seeing so much action, and the EA is firing off trades left and right. You caught a great moment. Right, look at this. We are trading at 40.22 right on the day's low, and this tells me there are a ton of trapped longs from the open who got flushed. And then, boom, the EA snagged that buy at 44 off the NI low. That's textbook manipulation. We got swept and reversed, and now we're climbing back with a nice 1800 pip runner risk-free. I mean, the daily RSI is at 31. We're hugging the bottom Bali band. This is where the smart money waits for the liquidity grab, not where they sell. You see the story, right? This whole thing is live and raw. Every win and loss is right there in the open, nothing hidden, nothing cherry-picked. You want the unfiltered truth, you're watching it. Check out XAUUSDjulia.com for the deeper levels, but for now we wait. Who knows if this holds into the oil print at 14.30, but I like our seat. MOONATIGER. Love that question. So many people ask about win rate. And here's the honest truth. The Julia scalper isn't designed to have a crazy high win rate, like 90%. That would actually be a red flag in gold trading. What matters is the risk to reward ratio. The EA targets 3 take profits, so even if we have more losing trades than winning ones, the winners are substantially larger. Right now you can see exactly that in today's stats. we've got multiple take profit, 3 hits, at 178, 283, and 331 pips, which more than covers the smaller losses. That's how real professional trading works, not chasing some magic percentage number.
Harshit, welcome to the stream. Oh, awesome. So glad you're here. Right now we've got a beautiful buy trade running live, gold bouncing right off that 44 level, and we're currently up 2200 pips.
Agarwal, hey there. It's so great to see you in the live stream.
Welcome. We are absolutely cooking with gold today. We just nailed take profit 2 on a sell at plus 224 pips, and the EA is already reloaded and looking for the next move. Glad you could join us. Alright guys, sitting here at 14:39 GMT, US session wide awake, price just tagged 40.22 again, and I'm watching this level like a hawk, because it's the NY session low. We swept the Asian low earlier, right? Classic liquidity grab. Now we're holding right near the lower Bollinger Band at 39.99. I'm not gonna lie, the daily is screaming sell RSI at 31, but the open trade is still running from 44, and if we reclaim the 40.32 mark, that could trap a lot of shorts. The dollar is firming up, yields dropping though, so there's a battle. For now we sit and wait. Let me know what you're seeing out there. Shorts live at 40.1248, stocks about 12.5 pips up. First target's down at 4000. Exactly. Market's a bit choppy right now, so the smart filter's got its eye on this one. Let's see if it tightens up or lets it ride.
Okay. Wow. Gold is just getting crushed today. We are sitting at 40.11 right now in this US session, and look, we just sliced through the Asian low like it was nothing. That old support at 40.50? Yeah, that's resistance now. My open short from 40.13 is up about 162 pips and feeling good, but I'm not gonna lie, the daily RSI is cooking at 30.9, screaming oversold. So could we see a snapback? Absolutely. Who knows? But here's what I love. The structure. Price can't even sniff the day open at 40.85. We're trading below everything, the 4H SMA 50, the hourly pivot, you name it. The dollar is firm, yields are dropping hard, which technically should help gold, but sellers just won't let up. It's that kind of market, right? Where the technicals align and the news doesn't matter. And speaking of the EA, it just locked in some nice profit on that last sell run, taking partials and moving stops. Watching that discipline live is exactly why this robot on XAUUSD is what it is. It's not forcing trades. It waits for the setup, takes what the market gives, and moves on. That's the edge. What do you guys think? Do we get a dead cat bounce into the close? Or are we headed for a test of that 39.65 NY low? Stalagia, good to see you again, my friend. Hey, $100 profit. That is fantastic. I love hearing that. Are you still running the EA live, or was that from manual watching? Either way, you're making me smile right now. Alright, okay. Let's talk about what's really driving this gold move right now. Dollar is absolutely flexing, up 0.31% on the day, and every time the dollar gets strong like this, you feel it right in the metal's gut. We've got Treasury yields falling though, down 2%, which normally is a bullish signal for gold, right? So there's this tug of war happening. The daily chart is screaming sell on every time frame. RSI is at 30.7 on the daily. We're oversold for sure, but that doesn't mean we can't go lower. We're sitting at 46 basically on the NY low, and we've already swept the Asian low for the day. That was textbook liquidity grab earlier. I'm watching this like a hawk right now, because if we hold here, maybe we get a bounce to the 40-50 area. Could go either way honestly. Let's see what the next candle does.
and we just snagged that first target at plus 128, stops now locked at break even, so the trade can't lose from here.
Okay, break even just locked in. Feels good to get the risk off the table. Now we just sit back and watch the rest play out. Alright, my friends, New York is in full swing and gold is just stuck in this messy consolidation zone. It's literally a sideways grind right now. We saw the Asian low get swept clean earlier, and we've been trading below it all session, so the bears have the short-term edge. We've got a sell running from 4013 that just locked in its first take profit and is now at break even, so the risk is off the table. We let this one breathe and see what happens. Now if you look at the indicators, the daily RSI is sitting at 30.4, the hourly's at 31.4, and the MACD is still below the signal line, so momentum is definitely on the sell side. But price is hugging the lower Bollinger Band, so we could see a snapback, or we just bleed lower toward the 39.65 area. The EA handled that entry well, huh? And this exact bot, the Julia Scalper EA, you're watching right now on XAUUSD Julia.com, is the one making these calls live. I'm curious, what do you guys think? Do we bounce here or break through to new lows? Let me know where you're tuning in from.
Alright. Okay, let's zoom out for a second, guys. I mean, look at the big picture. We've got the COT data showing the big boys are loaded up long. Over 6 longs for every short, and the Fed is basically locked in for a cut. That's a massive tailwind. But then you look at the daily chart, and it's a strong sell on every time frame. The RSI is crushed at 30, price is hugging the lower Bollinger Band. The trend is not your friend right now. I don't care who you are. So where does that leave us today? We're in this messy US session consolidation. We're trading below the Asian low, below the day open. The sellers are in control, period. My open sell from 4013 is running 204 pips, which is great, but it's a grind. The EA has been clipping targets nicely today, 26 wins, 18 losses, but this feels like a market that could just stop on a dime. That dollar strength is the anchor, and every attempt to rally gets sold. I'm watching 4011 as a potential pivot, but honestly we're in no man's land between the NY low and the Asian range. Could go either way. I don't have a clear level underneath until the 3965 area. That's the 2% drop for the day. 2% is still 2%. So we sit, we wait, and we let the EA do its thing. What do you guys think? Do we hold this support, or does it give way? Let me know where you're watching from. And the runner just tapped out at break-even. That's perfectly fine though. First target was already secured, so the books on this one are still solidly green. Clean work.
Hey Mammal Music, great to have you in the stream, and I love the enthusiasm. Thank you. Unfortunately, I can't discuss specific earnings or profits from other customers. Every account and every month is different, and past results never guarantee future performance. What I can tell you is that today alone, the EA has taken 46 trades, and the system is built to focus on consistent, disciplined execution rather than chasing big numbers. The results you see right now on the screen are all real and live, and you can watch the EA trade in real time every single day. Sugarg, oh, thank you so much. That truly means a lot to hear. The team behind the Julia Scalper worked incredibly hard to make it as smart and efficient as possible. I'm so glad you're seeing the value in the live trades today. Hey, I think we're about to see a big move, my friends. I mean, gold is down over $100 today, sitting at 46, and the daily RSI is at 30. That's oversold territory, but the weekly is still screaming bearish. So which one wins? Right now it's a tug of war. We got the strong dollar crushing it, but look at yields dropping over 2%. That's usually gold's fuel. It's a contradiction. I see the NY low at 39.65 below us, and we haven't even sniffed it yet, which tells me sellers might be exhausted, or they're just reloading. What do you guys think? Do we bounce hard off this zone, or sweep the low first? I'm sitting on my hands here, no forced trade. The EA hasn't fired because these conditions are messy. Let's see if we get a clean close above 40.40 before I get excited.
Sure, that's great to have you in the stream.
Oh yes, absolutely. Many of our viewers have picked up the Julia Scalper. It's been getting incredible feedback because it just runs on autopilot, trading gold 24/7. You can see today's results right on the screen, over $45,000 in profit so far, all completely automated. It's a lifetime license for $295, one-time payment, no monthly fees at all.
Karen Chauvin.
Hey there, so good to see you again. I was just about to talk about this gold action. Gold is down over $100 today, and I'm watching this 4015 level like a hawk. What do you think of this move? I know you've been following along with me, and it's really exciting to see you here. Jafika. Oh man, I'm doing amazing, so glad you're back with us. I was just watching gold inch down toward that 4,000 level, and honestly it's getting my adrenaline pumping. How have you been, my friend? Javon, I love that question. Right now, we are in a consolidation zone on the lower time frames. The EA is actually scanning for the next move, and we just had a clean runner today. The bigger picture is bearish. The dollar is strong, RSI on the daily is oversold, and we're near a key support pivot around 4015. So I'd say short term, I'm watching for a potential bounce, but I always let the EA decide the entry and direction. It's been crushing it today with 46 trades so far. There he is, my man Alibin Salad in the house. You know what, I'm gonna say it, Ali is a great trader. I've seen you in the chat before, and you ask the right questions. You're watching the market, you're paying attention, and that's what separates the winners from the rest. So glad you're here with us today, my friend.
Wait, hold up. Look at that. I'm watching this RSI on the 1-hour chart. It's at 35, but look at the price action. It's sitting right on the 4013 level and just refusing to push lower. That's kind of a divergence, isn't it? The MACD is below signal, but it's flattening out. I mean, we're near the lower Bollinger Band at 39.97, which I think is going to act like a trampoline if we tag it again. We're in that quiet period before New York really gets cooking, but honestly, I'm waiting for that one clean candle close. You know, the EA protects every trade automatically, stop loss on entry, then break even after first take profit, pure risk management first, and that's why we haven't seen a new signal yet. It's waiting for the right conditions too. If you want to follow this live, check out XAUUSD, Julia.com. What do you guys think? Do we bounce hard from here, or am I reading this wrong? Oh, we just slipped to the 4,000 mark, and now we're trading just above it at 41.74. Honestly, my friends, that's a level with a lot of history. It's where the big orders sit, and the fact that we're not just slicing through it cleanly tells me someone's stepping in here to defend it. The daily RSI is at 30.5, which is getting into oversold territory, and with the dollar pulling back a little, I'm watching to see if we get that classic fake out below the Asian low before a snap back up. That wick we just put in at the 39.65 area in the New York session could be the liquidity grab we were waiting for, you know. The EA is flat right now, just sitting on its hands, because in this kind of range, forcing a trade is how you get chopped. Let's see if we get a close above 40.50 to confirm anything. I'm not convinced yet, but my eyes are locked on that 4,000 area. What do you guys see from your screens? Hey guys, I'm watching this price action right here at the bottom of the Bollinger Bands. We're basically hugging the lower rail at 39.95. Volatility is contracting a bit with that ATR at 115, but the daily trend is still a strong sell with that RSI down at 30. So either we bounce hard off this support, or we slice through it, and that opens up a vacuum down to the next pivot. It's a pivotal moment, and you know traders in over 40 countries are running this same EA on their accounts, watching along at XAUUSD Interesting too, the dollar is pushing up a bit, but yields are falling, so there's a little tug of war here. Feel free to ask what you see, the chat's been quiet.
Okay, the Fed's basically locked in for a hold at the next meeting, over 64% probability, and honestly, that's keeping a lid on gold for now. The strong dollar is just crushing us, and you can see it in the technicals. The daily RSI is cooking at 30.7, and we are sitting right on the lower Bollinger Band, around 39.96 to 45.95. We just slipped under the Asian low from 40.50, and that's a bearish signal for the session. Who knows if we can hold this 48 level, but I'm watching it like a hawk. No open trades, so we just sit and wait. Let me know what you guys are seeing out there.
Alright, longs live at 40.09.44, stops about 10 pips down. First target's up at 40.19.53. Market's a bit messy right now, so the filter's definitely got its eye on this one. Let's see if it tightens up or lets it stretch.
Okay, I gotta talk about these Bollinger Bands first. We are trading right on the lower band, 39.98 on the daily, and we just spiked down into that zone. That's a high volatility environment, you know? ATR is over 115 pips today, so this range is violent. But look at the price action right here. We've bounced off the 4,000 handle, and we're holding at 40.18. That's a reclaim of the day's lower structure after sweeping the Asian low cleanly this morning. It's a classic liquidity grab. Now, the broader picture is still heavy. Daily RSI is at 31, we're deep in the bear channel, and the dollar is firm. But I'm watching the sentiment data. The fear and greed index is at 28 and rising from 32 a week ago. That tells me fear is getting priced in, and when everyone is this scared, I don't know, it feels like we're close to a turning point. I could be totally wrong here. That's why the stop is there. Speaking of which, we just had the EA lock in a nice take profit off that bounce from the 4,000 level. You saw that, and right after that it put us into this buy at 49. That thing is now running 950 pips. Stop is at break-even risk-free trade. This exact system, the Julia Scalper EA you're watching, that's what's managing these entries live. Check it out at XAUUSD, julia.com if you're curious. For now we wait, I'm not adding here. Let's see if this bounce has legs into the New York close. What do you guys think? Are we faking it, or is this the turn? Oh, that first target just clipped out plus 106. Stop's now locked at break even. Feels so good to have zero risk on this one. Come on, runner. Let's see if you've got more in you. Ooh. Stop's now locked at break even. That trade's safe as houses now. Feels good to let the market do its thing without any stress.
Ali bin Saud.
You're back, my friend. I see you in the chat. You are a great trader. I love the energy you bring to the stream. How's gold treating you today? Okay, let's talk about what the big players are doing, because that's really the story today. The latest COT report showed speculators are still massively net long gold, over 180,000 contracts. The big boys are loaded up long, which tells me this sell-off is more of a shakeout than a reversal. Yet here we are, trading at 40.13, deep in the red for the month, below the Asian low and the day open. That's a disconnect, right?
Either the smart money is wrong, or we're about to see a massive snapback. The EA just grabbed a nice profit on that buy, clipped the first take profit at 106 pips. And that's exactly the kind of trade this robot lives for. You can see it running live on XAUUSD Julia.com. For now, we're in a range, ADX is low, so I'm not chasing. I'm waiting to see if we reclaim that 40-50 level before I get excited about the long side again. Could go either way, honestly. Right, the runner's out at 0, nothing lost there. But we already banked that first target, so this whole trade's still a solid green. Clean, clean, clean. Right, let's talk about what just happened in the last hour, because that was actually really clean. We had that little squeeze up to the Asian low around 40.50, right? Got absolutely smoked off it. Someone was waiting there, no doubt. The EA caught that perfectly, sold right into that rejection, and we banked the first target, got the second, and the runner clipped the third for a full house. That's exactly why you don't force a trade. You wait for the setup to come to you, and the robot just executed that like clockwork. And hey, that's the Julia Scalper EA. You're watching live on XAUUSD Julia.com, doing its thing in real time. Now, looking at the bigger picture, I gotta be honest with you, gold is getting crushed structurally. Daily RSI is at 30, we're hugging the lower Bollinger, and the 4H ADX is screaming trend. The macro story is still bearish with that strong dollar, but, you have to respect the fact that we're only 2% off S2 support. That's not much. If we can hold 48 and get a wick rejection, maybe we bounce, maybe we don't. Who knows, but I love that we're in cash right now, just watching the next move develop. What do you guys think? Are we bouncing or breaking from here?
Hey, new shorts live at 40.0688, stops about 7.5 pips up, which is tight for this choppy mess. First target's down at 39.99. Let's see if that filter earns its keep. Pradnyam Broshkar, great to hear from you. Yes, we are live in a trade right now, a sell position on gold at 47, with stops around 40.14 and targets down toward 39.99 and 39.93 so far. The market is pretty choppy at the moment, but the EA is managing it beautifully. Pradnyam Broshkar, your timing is perfect. We actually just entered a new sell trade at 47.8. Gold is getting hammered today, down over $100. Look at that daily move. The market is clearly in risk-off mode, and gold is taking the brunt of it. The EA is already working it with the stop just a few pips above, at 14.68. This is exactly the kind of setup we want to see. Keep watching, you're going to love how this plays out. Hi, good to see you all here. Let's talk about this gold market, because it's been an absolute chop fest today. We're sitting at 49, basically right on the edge of the New York low. That sell from 47 we've got open is underwater by a bit. Honestly, not loving the feel of that yet. But we need to see if this level actually holds. The bigger picture is what's really interesting. The COT data shows speculators are still heavily net long, almost 7-1 long to short. That's a crowded trade, and today's action feels like smart money is slowly feeding those longs out. You see the daily chart? It's a trend-strong seal, with RSI daily at 30.7 and MACD below signal. That's not just a dip, that's distribution. The dollar got a little bid today, yields dipped a bit, but gold didn't care. When the dollar rallies and gold can't break higher, that's a clue. We're sitting below the daily open, below the Asian low that got swept earlier. That was classic liquidity grab, spiked down to 39.65, snap back up. The question is, do we retest that? I think yes. The EA caught that sell perfectly and already banked 2 targets. The runner is still on, but honestly, this is where patience pays. If we lose today's NY low and close below 4,000, you're going to see stops cascade, but if this 49 area holds into the close, we could get a bounce into the Asian session. And the Julius Scalper EA you're watching right now on stream is handling these exact conditions. It won't fire a new entry until the structure confirms, which is why we're not forcing it. If you want to see how it navigates these choppy zones with discipline, check out the full setup at XAUUSD. Hey, Pradnyam Brashkar, so glad you're here. On this setup right now, the EA is actually already in a sell position. We entered at 40.07 with stops above. The market is ranging, the dollar is strong, every daily signal is screaming sell, and we've got RSI in the seller. Short is the direction of the day, and the EA is riding it perfectly. Pradnyam Brashkar, great to see you again. Okay, you're eyeing the 40.10 level for a short. Right now, we're trading just below that, around 47. And the EA actually has an active short, open from 47.8. So the system already sees selling pressure here. We've got strong sell signals on the higher time frames. The daily is a strong sell, the 4-hour is sell, and the RSI on the daily is at 30.7, which is oversold, but the trend is still bearish. That said, the market is ranging right now with weak trend strength, so it's choppy. Personally, I wouldn't add a new short manually at 40.10 unless you see a clean rejection. The EA is already positioned, and it's handling the risk with its stop and targets in place. So if you're asking if the level 40.10 could be a short entry, sure, it's a potential resistance, but let the system do its thing, unless you're just watching along with me. You know, the one level I keep coming back to right now is this 49 area we're sitting on. That's the lower Bollinger Band, and it's also basically the New York low from this session. Watch how price reacts here, because if we lose that, the next real support is the 39.96 area, and after that, it's kind of a no man's land down to the weekly low. But the thing is, ADX is showing a strong trend at 39.6 on the daily, so this isn't just chop, this is momentum, and we're down 7.5% on the week, which is brutal. I mean, fear index is at 27.6, right? The market's scared, but that's also where these sell-offs can start to look exhausted. We're holding one short from 47, and it's underwater about 207 pips right now, so it's a test of patience. Honestly, a bounce off this 49 level would be clean, but if we break it, I think the next leg lower opens up fast. What do you guys see down here? Hey Joel, great to see you again. So glad you're still here watching this gold action with me. Now look at price. We are actually in a live short right now. The EA entered a sell at 47, and it's already running nicely, up about 109 pips. So the system saw exactly what you're thinking. Sell now was the right call. The question is whether it's still a good spot to jump in. We've already had some nice momentum on this move, but the trend is still clearly bearish today with gold down over $100. Just keep in mind, we're in a choppy market condition right now with ADX, only at 16, so the EA is being careful, it's got tight stops and TP levels on this one. Fantastic timing on your question though. 78 pips in the bag. Oh, stops at break even now, so that's a guaranteed green no matter what happens next. Come on, runner, let's see if you've got one more push left. Okay, stop's now sitting right at break even. That's the safety net locked in. Feels good to have zero risk on this one. Joel, great to see you again. So glad you're still watching. And yeah, we are absolutely crushing it today. The sell we just jumped into is running beautifully. Price is sitting near that 49 level we were just talking about, and the EA stop is locked in tight. A really solid afternoon for gold. Okay, look at gold just sitting here at $39.97. We're almost dead center in the New York range after sweeping that $39.65 low earlier. That wick grabbed liquidity and snapped right back clean, classic fake out and reversal energy. Pretty much every time frame is screaming sell, but the daily RSI is at 30.4 and we're hugging the lower Bollinger Band at 39.93. I mean, that's oversold to the point where the bounce is almost predictable. Who knows if we have the legs for it though with the dollar this strong. The EA just locked another partial profit on that sell from 47 by the way. I'm talking about this exact Julia Scalper EA that's live on XAUUSD Julia.com right now. It's the same system that's been ripping through this chop all day, and honestly it's beautiful to watch it work. I think, we hold 39.93 as support, or that daily 50 SMA at 42.74 becomes this massive magnet above. But for now I'm not forcing anything. Let's see what the next candle tells us. Broshkar, welcome back, so glad you're here again. You're watching the exact same spot with me right now. At 39.96 we just brushed off that intraday low, and gold is trying to stabilize. The 100 SMA on the 1 hour is right around 39.90, and that's acting as solid support. We've got a trade running from 47, the EA is managing it beautifully. I'll keep you posted on every tick. My friend, welcome back. That is so kind of you to say thank you. I'm just doing what I love, and having you here watching makes it even better. We just took a beautiful take profit one on that sell, and the second target is looking juicy. Stick around, we're not done yet. That's target 2 at plus 132. Nice. Stop's now locked at break even, so there's zero risk left on this one. Let's see if the runner keeps stretching for the big one.
right? Okay, let's talk about what just happened. We had that clean sweep below the Asian low, right? Price crushed through it, trapped a bunch of late sellers thinking we'd break down hard, and then boom, we snapped right back. Classic liquidity grab. The EA caught a beautiful sell entry right at that rejection zone, and we just banked target 2 on the latest one, 132 pips off the table, nice and clean. That move off the 39.65 area was textbook, buyers stepping in exactly on the NY range low, and with the RSI sitting at 30 on the daily, we were bound to see some mean reversion. But don't get comfortable yet, the trend is still heavy. ADX is above 40 on the 1 hour, and we're still below every major moving average from the 20 up to the 200. I think, I want to see a close above the day open at 40.85 before I even think about a bullish leg. Until then, every bounce is a sell into strength. Oh, and the robot that just banked that for you? That's the Julia Scalper EA, running live on the stream right now, exactly the system you see on XAUUSD Julia.com. Watching it work in real time is the best way to see how it handles these liquidity grabs. We're sitting here consolidating between 39.65 and 40.50, and honestly that's fine. If the dollar keeps pushing higher, gold's got more downside, but if yields keep falling like they are, that's the battle. I'll let the EA decide. It's been sharp today. Let me know if you're seeing anything interesting on your charts. Oof, take profit 3 at plus 210, that is the full clean sweep. Every single target hit, no leftovers, no mess. Absolute perfection.
Hey there, Artie Sawita. So glad you're joining me live on the stream. Gold is looking really interesting right now. We just saw a clean sweep of all three take profits in the New York session. The EA's resting right now, scanning for the next opportunity. Are you trading gold yourself?
Right, hold on. Wait, look at this. I've been watching the New York session price action, and gold is just stuck. It's sitting here at 39.86, barely breathing, and the daily RSI is down at 30. That's not oversold territory, that's where markets get desperate. The overnight Asian low got swept, right? We went below 40.50, and now we're consolidating right above the NY Open. I'll be honest, this chalk is dangerous. We got those quick scalps earlier, 35 wins, 18 losses, but the momentum has clearly shifted since the European close. The dollar is making a move, and gold is feeling the weight. I think we're going to see another leg lower before support bites back. And you see right there on the screen? The EA just picked off a clean sell at 39.96 locked profit, and already sitting at break-even on the next one. That's the robot doing exactly what it's built for, snatching those low-risk entries in this choppiness. This is the Julia Scalper EA live on the stream, and it's executing like a surgeon in a market where most traders are losing their shirts. But honestly, could go either way. The RSI is screaming oversold on the daily, and yields are falling, which normally supports gold, yet the dollar is creeping up, and that's a heavy weight right now. I just don't see the catalyst for a reversal yet. If we break below 39.65, that nigh low, things could get ugly fast. But if buyers step in before the close, you might see a snap back toward the day open at 40.85. I'm sitting on my hands here, there's no reason to force it. The EA will do its job, and for now that means waiting.
Brad Nyambrakar, great to see you again. Oh, you're watching 39.80 like a hawk. Right now, gold is sitting at 39.79 with the spread at 182 points, so we're right in that zone. The EA is scanning, and with the daily RSI at 30 and the ADX showing a strong trend, I'm seeing a lot of bearish pressure. But remember, we're consolidating here, so I'd let the EA decide the entry. It's got the neural engine watching for the perfect moment. What's your gut telling you on this level? I think we're about to see a big move, and here's why. Gold is sitting right at 39.78, hugging the lower Bollinger Band like it's about to snap, and every time frame from 5-minute all the way up to the daily is screaming sell. RSI on the 4-hour is at 27.2, deeply oversold, but the ADX is at 39.6, which tells me this trend has legs still. The dollar is up again today at 101.65. Yields are falling though, so there's this tug of war. We already swept the Asian low and reclaimed it earlier. Now we're testing the NY low zone near 39.65. If that breaks, look out below. Honestly, I'm not sure if we get a bounce here or a flush, but the EA is sitting on its hands waiting for the next clear signal. What do you guys think? Do we hold 39.65, or is this going to slice through? Pragnam Brajkar, great timing as always. Gold is sitting right at 39.79, and the EA is scanning but no trade open just yet. The daily is still screaming strong sell, RSI is crushed at 29, so the bias is definitely down. But we're also in a consolidating market right now, so the EA might wait for a cleaner entry. You thinking another break below this level? Ma'am, thank you so much. I really appreciate you being here watching the stream with me today. That's a fantastic number. Gold has been absolutely on fire this week, dropping hard from those highs. We just saw a full clean sweep on our last sell trade, hitting all 3 targets with ease. Let's hope this New York session keeps the momentum going for us.
Alright guys, let's talk about this. Gold is getting absolutely wrecked today. We're at 39.67 and that's way below the day open of 40.84. The technical picture is screaming at us. Every time frame is a sell, from the 5-minute all the way to the weekly. RSI on the daily is 29, which tells me we're seriously oversold. That doesn't mean we bounce yet. It means we're in a strong downtrend. ADX 39.6, no question about it. The 78 is our level right now. If we break below that cleanly, the next area is a vacuum down to 39.65 maybe. Behind the scenes, the dollar is up a bit and yields are falling, which is odd. That's usually bullish for gold, but I think the fear is driving it. The news flow is heavy with Besant talking up GDP growth again, but honestly, markets aren't buying it. Intermarket-wise, everything's getting hit. Silver down 9%, oil down 4%. It's a risk-off sell-off and gold's not immune. Now, looking at our trades today, we had a beautiful clean sweep earlier, take profit 3 on that sell for 210 pips, and then we flipped long for 2 more full targets. Right now we're flat, no open trades, and I gotta say, I like it. Sitting on our hands is a position too. The EA has been disciplined all day.
Oh, and a quick note, this robot is a one-time lifetime license. No subscription, free updates forever. You can check out the details at XAUUSD.com. I mean, this is the kind of day where the EA's patience paid off, and that's all I can ask for. Alright, what do you guys think? Do we get a bounce off 39.68, or is this just the start of a bigger leg lower? Alright, okay, I have to point something out. Look at this. Gold is at $39.89 right now, but the daily RSI is at 30. That's not just oversold, that's deep into this market hates gold territory, right? And we're hugging the lower Bollinger Band at 39.91. We literally touched it. So the question isn't, is gold weak? Obviously it's getting destroyed. The question is, at what point does that extreme fear in the sentiment index, that 24.5, become the fuel for a snapback? Because the price action today has been textbook. We swept Asian low, we swept London low, and the EA has been picking off these sells cleanly. I mean 3 TP hits just in the last hour alone, including that take profit 3 at plus 210 pips. That was a full sweep. But now we're sitting here, no open trades, and the market feels exhausted. I could be wrong, but when price stalls right where it does, after a massive daily drop, that's where I start watching for a reversal candle. What do you guys think? Do we squeeze back to the day open at 40.85? Or does the selling resume? I'm just sitting here watching gold at 39.84, and honestly, I'm watching this level like a hawk. We're hugging right on the lower Bollinger Band. RSI on the daily is at 29.9. That's deeply oversold, my friends, and yet every time frame is screaming sell. I mean, the 4H MACD is still below the signal line. ADX is strong at 39, so the trend is absolutely with the bears. But here's the thing. We blew through the Asian low, through London low, and now we're testing near Ys around the 39.60 area. That's a lot of liquidity getting swept. I could see a bounce here. I could also see another leg down. Who knows? The EA has been surgical today. No open trades right now, just waiting for its next signal. For anyone just tuning in, everything you see on screen is the Julia Scalper EA trading live on its own, no human touching it. Check it out at XAUUSD, julia.com, if you want to see how it works. I'm curious what you guys think. Do we bounce hard off these NY session lows? Or does the daily sell-off keep grinding lower? Hey Profit Pulses OM! So good to see you back, my friend. You're absolutely right. Gold is wild right now, down over $120 today, and sitting at 39.83. But here's the thing. For our EA, this volatility is exactly where it thrives. The system is scanning and waiting for the right structure before it jumps in. New traders trying to manually catch a falling knife? Yeah, that's dangerous. But automated precision with tight risk management? That's a different story entirely. We've already had 53 trades today with the EA navigating this beautifully. Right. Fresh long just opened at 39.8883. Stop 11.5 pips down, which is tight enough for this climb. First targets that big round number at 40.148. That's where the fun really starts. Alright guys, let's talk about this session. New York is wrapping up, gold sitting at $39.89, and we've been in a total meltdown from the open. That day open at $40.84 feels like a lifetime ago. We blasted right through the Asian low, London low, everything, classic risk-off move, with the dollar pumping and oil crashing. I do have an open buy that's already up 28 pips, tiny runner from the 89 level, and I'm honestly not sure if it survives into the close. But listen, look at the daily RSI, 30.1, that's oversold territory. The 4H MACD is still below signal, ADX is strong at 39, so the momentum's clearly down, but at these levels, you have to wonder if we're due for a squeeze. We're hugging the lower Bollinger Band at 39.92, so price is stretched. I could see a bounce back toward the 40-50 area just to relieve some pressure, or we could keep grinding down into Trump's speech. Who knows? Let's see how this candle closes. And hey, if you want to see exactly how this robot hunts these moves, entry, management, take profits, it's the Julia Scalper EA running live on XAUUSD, julia.com. That's what you're watching right now.
Nebraska, great to see you again. Oh, I like that confidence, you think it's headed up. Right now we're actually sitting with an open buy trade at 39.89, so the EA agrees with you on this one. Gold's been testing that daily support area beautifully all session. You're making me smile. Let's see if this rudder keeps climbing.
Alright, you guys feel that? The market is scared, like genuinely scared. The fear and greed index is down to 26, and I'm looking at gold getting absolutely hammered, down 3.1% today, sitting at 39.83. That is a brutal daily candle. When fear levels are this low, my friends, it usually means we're either getting a capitulation flush or a massive snapback rally. We just can't know yet. Technically this is nasty, We blew through the Asian low, the London low, and the day open, all of it gone. Price is hugging the bottom of the Bollinger Band on the daily. RSI is under 30 on that time frame, which is screaming oversold. But in a downtrend like this, oversold can stay oversold for a while. I'm not catching this falling knife with new shorts, but buying here feels like trying to catch a falling safe. Now, on the bright side, for the bulls, look at the macro. Yields are collapsing, down 2% today. That's usually rocket fuel for gold. And the dollar is only up 0.2%, which is nothing compared to gold's 3% drop. So there's a disconnect happening. That tells me someone is liquidating gold positions in a panic, maybe forced selling, and that's the kind of move that can get reversed just as fast. Our buy from 39.89 is underwater right now, down 600 pips, and it hurts. But we're letting the EA manage it. If the stop gets hit, it gets hit, that's the game. But if the dollar tops and yields bounce, we could see a massive short squeeze. Let's see how this candle closes. What do you guys think? Capitulation or the start of something worse? Brocker, great to see you again, my friend. You're loving the bullish momentum today, I see. Look at gold right now. We're sitting at 39.82 with a buy trade open from 39.89. That's a little heavy, but the trend is clearly showing buying interest today. We've already banked 35 wins today, Pradnya. The EA is working beautifully in this market. What price level are you watching for the next move up? Pradnymbrashkar, good to see you again. Oh, you've been watching closely today. You see that gold just hit 39.91, right? But actually, right now gold is sitting at 39.80, so that quick jump might have been a flash spike. We do have an active buy trade open from 39.89 in the EA, so you caught that same bullish idea. Just keep in mind, support below is thin around 39.77, so it's a tight zone. Stops hit at -120, exactly where we planned it. Small, clean, no surprises. -123, that's the stop doing its job. Mean, clean, defined, exactly the risk we signed up for. On to the next one. You know what's wild? Gold is down over 8% this week, and yet the 10-year yield is dropping hard. Yields falling 2% is usually gold's best friend, so there's this weird disconnect happening. We're consolidating around the 3980 zone. Right now, ADX is showing a strong trend on the daily at 39.6, but the intraday chop on the lower time frames is telling me someone's absorbing a lot of supply here. I honestly don't have a clear directional edge right now. The session targets got swept. We're below Asian low, below the day open at 40.85, so bears are in control until we reclaim that level. Sitting on our hands, no open trades, which is exactly where the EA should be. Conditions aren't clean enough. Quick heads up,
You can run this robot on any MetaTrader 4 broker, full video guide, set up in like 5 minutes. Check it out at XAUUSDgold.com if you're curious. What do you guys think? Do we hold this 39.80 in bouts? Or does the daily selling pressure drag us lower? Alright. Okay, look at this. Gold is just sitting here at 39.84, right? We're consolidating, but look beneath the surface. We've been sweeping both sides all session. That sell-off we had earlier, the one that took out the Asian low, that flushed out all the week longs, and then we immediately saw a snapback. I think there's a bunch of trapped shorts now who sold that breakdown, and they're probably sweating, hoping we don't reclaim the 4,000 zone. Right now we're hugging the lower Bollinger Band on the daily. 39.89 is basically right on top of us. RSI is deeply oversold on the 4-hour at 27, but the daily is still a strong sell. So I'm caught between two minds. Is this exhaustion or just a pause before another leg south? What I'm really watching is whether we can hold above today's NY low at 39.60. If we bounce from here, those trapped shorts from the Asian sweep could get squeezed back toward the day open at 40.84, which is a long way from here. If we break 39.60, the path is clear to the next nothingness below. No open trades from us right now. The EA is being patient, and so am I. What do you guys think? You see a fake out brewing, or is this the real deal? Alright. Fresh shorts just opened at 39.75.97. Stops about 8 pips above, tight enough for this sideways grind. First target's down at 39.67.88. Let's see if the consolidation breaks our way.
Okay, so let me tell you what just happened in the last hour, because it was actually pretty interesting. Gold was trading around 39 to 85, consolidating, and then, right at the New York Open, we got this fake little spike up to 39.86, and the EA saw it, waited for it to fail, and loaded a short at 39.76. Right now we're at 39.75.62, trying to push through this NY range low around 39.61. You can see the dollar is firming up a bit, yields are dropping but not enough to save gold yet. We're down over 3% today. The daily RSI is at 29.6, pretty deeply oversold, but we're still below that Asian low, and the market's just heavy. I honestly don't know if we hold here or crack lower. We could sweep that 39.60 area and snap back, or just keep sliding into the news tonight. The EA's just sitting on its hands now, managing this short, which is exactly what you want from a robot, right? It picks the entries and the stops. No emotion. If you're curious how that works, check out XAUUSD, What do you guys think? Are we gonna break 39.61? Or fake it? Let me know.
Oh, diamond trading being you're watching closely. Look, gold is in a brutal sell-off today, down over 8% this week, and over $135 in a single day. That kind of volatility is going to produce some losers on both sides. You have to zoom out. Today alone we've already had 35 wins out of 56 trades. One red trade doesn't change the bigger picture. Stick with the system, it's built to handle these wild moves.
Alright guys, I'm looking at this market and honestly the fear is palpable. Fear and greed is down at 25, VIX is elevated, people are scared, and that usually means one thing for gold, more downside pressure in the short term. We're sitting at 39.78, which is basically the lower band of the Bollinger, and the RSI on the daily is at 29.8, that's deeply oversold. But here's the thing, oversold doesn't mean bounce. It means we're weak. And until we reclaim the Asian low at 40.50, the bears are in full control. Our open sell from 39.75 is a bit underwater right now, but I'm not panicking. We're holding below the day open, below all the session lows. The structure is bearish. The dollar is firm, yields are dropping, which is usually bullish for gold, but right now the market is just ignoring that. It's a liquidity grab kind of day. We just need to see if this level holds, or if we get a fake out into the close. What do you guys think? Do we bounce off this lower band, or is gold heading for the 3900s? Let me know where you're watching from.
82 pips gone, right where we said it could go. That's the plan doing its job. Small, clean, no surprises. Right, minus 80, exactly where we put the line. Controlled, respected, done, on to the next. Alright, fresh buy, just opened at 39.8760, stops about 7 and change below. Tight enough for this chop. First target's up at 39.9480. Let's see if the range gives us any love. Smart mode's watching, so we're not flying blind here.
Alright guys, I'm just sitting here watching this gold market, and honestly, it's been a day of two halves for the EA. We had a beautiful run earlier, 3 solid sells in a row, clean pips, the system was just printing, then New York woke up and it got choppy, we took a couple of hits on those buys, and now we're sitting on this open buy at 39.87 with a negative 162 pip drawdown. That's the reality of trading a range, right? The ADX is barely 17, the market is just coiling, and the EA is doing exactly what it's supposed to, taking the setups that come, win or lose. We're streaming this live and unedited, every single trade, good and bad, right here on XAUUSD, Julia.com. I'm not gonna lie, that dollar strength is a headwind, but yields are dropping, which is the bullish counter. Let's see if this buy can reclaim the 39.96 level. That's the pivot for the next move. What do you guys think? Are we getting a fake out or a real squeeze? Minus 70 exactly, right where we drew the line. Clean, quick, no drama. Next one's coming. Hmm. 68 pips, right where we put the stop. That's the piece we were willing to lose. Clean exit. Moving on. Guys, the Fed is basically locked in at these rates right now, and you can feel it in gold. The dollar is strong, and it's just pinning us down. We're getting absolutely wrecked today, down over 120 bucks. Technically, the daily RSI is cooking at 29.8, we're totally oversold, and the MACD is still below the signal line, so the sell-side momentum is relentless. We're trading below the Asian low, below the London low, and we just brushed the NY low at 39.60. I mean, that's the only thing holding the floor right now. What do you guys think? Do we bounce off this zone, or is a sweep of the 39.50 area coming next? Gold. I hear you. Losses are never fun, but they're just part of the game in this market. Today we've had a few quick stops, but look at the bigger picture. 62 trades, 35 wins, and over $37,000 in profit for the day. That's a solid win rate, and the EA is still scanning for the next clean setup. Stick with the process, not the emotion.
Alright guys, I'm just sitting here watching this gold market, and honestly it's been a day of two halves. We had that nice run of sells earlier, the EA was just printing pips, 3 in a row, clean as anything, but then the chop set in, and we gave a few back. That's the game, right? You take the wins, you take the losses, and the robot just locks in the break, even after the first TP, so the risk is off the table. That's the whole point. Now, what I'm really looking at is the COT data and the sentiment. The big boys, the speculators, are still net long over 180,000 contracts, but the fear and greed index is down at 25. That's fear territory. Retail is panicking, institutions are holding. That divergence, that's where the real moves come from. We're sitting at 39.88, below the Asian low, below the day open. The dollar is strong, yields are dropping, it's a tug of war. I don't know if we break lower or snap back, but I'm watching that NY low at 39.60. If that goes, things get interesting. If not, we might see a squeeze back toward 40.50. Honestly, I could be wrong here. That's why the stop is there. But the data tells me the smart money isn't running for the exits yet. They're waiting. So am I. If you want to see how the EA handles this live, check out XAUUSD Julia.com. No promises, just the system doing its thing. What do you guys think? Do we hold or break? Hey my friend, good to see you again, man. The market's been wild since we last talked, and right now gold is basically sitting right inside your entry zone, looking a little indecisive at 39.88. 60. That stop at 42.50 is tight, which tells me you're not here to gamble. You respect the risk, and I love that. Take profit down at 39.62. That's a solid 26 pips if it runs, and with the daily RSI at 30, the momentum is certainly on the bearish side. Let's watch this level together and see if the EA catches that exact same move.
My friend? Oh man, I know. Today has been a battle, hasn't it? That stretch of 4 losses in a row right there was rough to watch. But look at the bigger picture. 35 wins against 27 losses on the day, with over 37,000 in profit. That's just how this EA works. It gives back a little to find the big runners. And we smashed a take profit 3 earlier at 210 pips. That's the payout that makes these small losses totally worth it. Hang in there with me. You know what, guys? I've been watching the Fed narrative all week, and this wait-and-see posture they've got, it's keeping gold in a weird limbo. The dollar's strong because no one's cutting yet, but we're sitting right on the 39.96 level, which is basically the lower end of this range. Look at the daily RSI at 30.3, I mean that's sold off territory, but we're still below the day open, so there's no conviction from the bulls either. I gotta address what a few of you were asking about, the losses earlier. Yeah, we took a couple of that 70 pip stop. It happens. The beauty of this EA is it sits on its hands and waits for the right conditions, and right now, conditions are just messy. That's why there's no fire right now, and honestly, it's good discipline. It's literally the same robot traders in over 40 countries run, and you can check the live performance for yourself at XAUUSDjulia.com. We've got Trump speaking in about 4 hours, which could shake the tree. Until then, I'm watching if we can reclaim the Asian low at 40.50. If we can't, this could go looking for that S2 pivot at 41.53. Or it could fake down to sweep the NY low and snap back. Who knows? I'm just sitting here with my coffee, letting the market come to us. Let me know what you're seeing down there.
Alright guys, let's talk about how different this week feels compared to last. Last week gold was a runaway train, and now we're sitting over $200 lower, just trying to find a floor. The dollar is flexing hard, and that's just crushing any rally we try to build. Right now at 39.94, we've actually sliced through the Asian low and the day open, and that tells me the sellers are still very much in control for this US session. But here's what I'm watching. We're sitting right on the lower Bollinger Band, and the RSI on the daily is down at 30. That's oversold territory. We might not bounce, but that zone from 39 to 96 is where I expect some serious absorption. The EA just took a few losses trying to buy the dip, and honestly, I respect that. It's testing for the real floor. We'll probably chop around until that Trump speech at midnight, so sitting on our hands is the play. If we can reclaim the 40-50 zone, that's the first sign the shorts might be trapped. For now though, it's a grind. What do you guys think? Do we bounce? Or does gold have another leg lower before this week's done?
Alright guys, I'm just sitting here watching this, and my take is that there's a lot of track traders right now. We broke below that Asian low around 40.50, which was a clean level, price just collapsed through it, and now we're sitting right at the 39.99 zone, which is the lower Bollinger Band on the daily. That's a pretty significant magnet. Sellers are in control, they got their flush, but look at the RSI on the 4-hour. It's at 28.8. That's deep oversold territory. So the question is, do we get a dead cat bounce, or do the big shorts just keep pushing? I mean, we're down 2.7% today. That's a massive move, and the dollar is actually strong, which is the narrative for the dump, but falling yields are bullish gold over time. We're between two opposing forces here, my friends. If you're holding a short right now, you have to be feeling the squeeze pressure building, but for a long, you're down over $100 today. Whoever's wrong in this consolidation might get absolutely wrecked when the liquidity grabs start. The EA is sitting flat because the conditions are too messy. There's no clear trigger yet. And by the way, this whole system is a one-time lifetime license, no subscriptions, free updates forever. Just check it out at XAUUSDjulia.com if you're curious. What do you guys think? Do we bounce hard off these lows, or is this the continuation point to the downside? Let me know.
Hey Trade Beats, great question. So for the live account you're watching right here, I'm running the Julia Scalper on XAUUSD. They're one of the top brokers for gold trading with super fast withdrawals. But honestly, the EA works beautifully on pretty much any broker that supports MetaTrader 4, XAUUSD, XM, IC Markets, OctaFX, Blueberry Markets are all popular choices with our users. The key is just making sure your broker offers gold and allows expert advisors. Alright guys. Wow, let's talk about how different this week feels compared to last. Last week we were grinding higher off every dip, and this week, we're down over 7%, and it feels like the air just got let out of the balloon completely. We're sitting at $39.99 right now, right on that psychological handle, and honestly, the fact that we haven't reclaimed the Asian low from earlier today tells me everything I need to know about who's in control. The dollar is creeping up again, and gold is just stuck. It's a choppy mess. ADX is at 12, so the EA is sitting on its hands, and I think that's smart. We just had a few clean sell trades earlier that banked, but now the stops got hit on a couple of buys, and we're flat. That's fine. Let's see what happens into the New York close. And don't forget we've got Trump speaking in about 3 hours. That could flip everything. What do you guys think? Do we hold $39.99 or fake it first? Faisal Kumar Jafaka. Hey there my friend. So good to see you again. How's your trading going? I'm glad you're catching this session. We just grabbed a solid take profit 3 on that sell earlier. And right now, gold is really testing that $39.98 area. The spread is a bit wide, but the EA is patiently scanning. What do you think of this range today? Hey Faisal Kumar Jafaka, great to see you again my friend. Yes, the EA is currently reading a ranging market condition, that's why the panel is showing higher risk right now. But you know what? Julia handles this perfectly. If you have range trade turned on, it still hunts for those quick scalps inside the chop. If you're more cautious and have it off, it means the EA is taking a break and just waiting for cleaner trend conditions to show up. Either way, we're staying safe. Right guys, let's be real for a second. The EA had a bit of a tough session just now. We had some solid wins earlier. That sell sequence around the 40.38 London low was textbook. We booked a 210 pip runner and I thought we were cruising. But then New York woke up and threw a few losses at us. Oof, that last leg down where we got caught long and took a couple of 120 pip hits? Yeah, that stung. But that's this market, you know? It's not gonna hand you the W every hour. What's interesting is where we are now. Price is sitting at $39.99, right on the lower edge of the Bollinger Band. We've already swept below the Asian low, and the day open is way above us at 40.84. The RSI on the daily is down at 30, getting pushed into oversold territory, but the trend is still strong to the downside, with that ADX at 39. So we're in a tight range on the shorter time frame, but pure gravity on the higher one. It could go either way, honestly. We don't know if this is the bottom for a bounce or just a rest stop before the next leg lower. I'll wait for a close. By the way, if you just tuned in and are wondering what on earth is making all these wild trades, that's the Julia Scalper EA. It's a robot trading a real account right here on screen, all by itself. No human pushing the buttons. You can check it out at XAUUSD, julia.com. So we'll sit tight here and see if this level holds or gives way. What do you guys think? A quick squeeze back above 49, or a clean break?